Good evening, everybody. How are we this evening? Welcome to Satisfactory in VR for another fun-filled session. Hello, Russ. Hello, Azurin. How's it going? Russ is not going to PAX today, but is going to PAX Saturday and Sunday. Friday is usually the quieter day, though. I prefer walking around and doing lots of stuff on the Friday. Because Saturday and Sunday tends to be pretty crazy with your general rabble. How is everything working? Am I getting my live stream coming through? No, I mean in my view thing. Yeah, I'm not seeing chat coming through yet. That's a bit of a concern. Why is that not working? Let me try and hit reload. Garganel. Hi Garganel. Yes, I too have 2,000 hours in it, although a lot of that is in VR now. Yes, welcome to Satisfactory in VR. Let me just sort out my chat because my chat is not showing up in my visual, and then we'll get underway. So let me just see if a reload will do the trick or not. Actually, let me just try it in a browser in my headset here. My chat plugin might have broken, which is going to make things a little interesting. Okay, can someone say something in chat for me briefly so I can test if it's working now? Aha, yes, it is working now. Looks like a restart has fixed it. Let me just get rid of that mouse cursor. Things are not stable at the moment because I'm not really doing... So, welcome to Satisfactory in VR. This is a VR mod. I am the mod author of this mod. It's been out for a while and it's been mostly feature complete for a while. I actually released an update just last week which added the ability to throw obelisks with a gesture. But we are here. We've started a new playthrough. So as you can see, we're a bit bare bones at the moment. This is our first basics factory over here, and just today we're working on continuing the architecture here. We're trying to do things a little slower and trying to spend a bit more time on making the buildings actually look like buildings rather than floating platforms. So this is kind of the wall design we came up with last week, and we've been working on that. And we also have a doggo water pool over here. It's a bit bare bones at the moment, but the doggos seem to like it. Thanks, Timmy. Who else have we got? The two other ones are over here. What are they doing? What did I just interrupt there? Screws? Is that what I interrupt? Screws. Okay, thanks, Scratch. Okay, nothing particularly exciting, you guys. You can do better than that. Okay, so where were we at? So I did a little playing between streams and did a whole pile of hard drive gatherings. So I've actually gathered up another 8 hard drives, along with some more Mercerspheres and Summer Sloops. So we'll be unlocking some alternate recipes, and we've got a bit more expansion storage here. So let's get these hard drives ticking away. There's a few steel related ones that I'd like to get before we upgrade the steel factory. Now the other thing is, milestone wise, we are currently in phase 2. Let me just head up here and see where we're at. So Hypertubes I haven't
Diver
unlocked
has
yet.
submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Dippy, how's it going? You want me to hydrate already? I've just started. Okay, so we need to finish phase 2 project parts to get on to the next thing. And the project objectives we have, if we look up the top here, is smart plate, frames, and wiring. And I was thinking of doing like a nice factory for these, but I've realized whatever we build for them is probably going to be out of date and not very scalable. So I am going to kind of fudge phase 2 project parts with a really quickie factory and just get them ticking away, because all the cool stuff like computers and plastic and rubber and all that stuff and trains, that comes sort of after the next phase. So if you have a look, we actually have a few smart plates in there because we originally had smart plates back at the starter factory. So before we jump into the architecture here, I'm going to go back to the starter base and I'm going to set those smart plates ticking away. But good morning, Dippy. I will have that drink of water. Just give me a second. Try not to knock anything over. Okay. Now, Garganel, your question about, well, your statement about Satisfactory in VR. If you do a search for Satisfactory VR or Dortimer Satisfactory VR, you should find information about the mod. I have videos on my YouTube with install guides, so it should be pretty easy for to set up. Dibby says, I like the weapon shake removal. Excellent. That was a timely addition. And it took me long enough, and I actually had some help from one of the modding community, Satisfactory modding community, who helped me figure out which sort of objects I had to hook in to override the... Oh, wrong line. Let's go this way. So I just want to get these smart plates going because it's going to take 1,000, and our throughput was not particularly huge. So I was thinking of setting up like all 3 project parts at the original base, but we do need some stators and some steel beams, which we don't have at the starter base, so we'll have to do a bit more before we can get those going. So over here is our phase 1 base, which was a free range, not quite spaghetti, it's pretty cleanly laid out, but it was a minimum viable product at the start just to get through phase 1. But over here we should have all the things to make smart plates. I think we actually deleted the assembler that was making them, so let's just quickly pop it down. We need rotors, and I think it was that one and that one. Let's just check. We've got lots of rotors in there, lots of plates in there. So I'm just going to put a very basic hacky, dirty solution in here to get these smart plates rolling. And then we're going to ignore it and it'll finish it off without us paying any attention. And then later on we will scale up to a nice big smart factory, smart plating factory. Right, there's probably an input hiding behind there, but let's go the long way around. Two per minute, so 1,000 of them, so that's going to take 500 minutes, which is quite a lot of minutes. But we still need to make another factory to do the frames, and that'll be 1,000 as well. So I'm just going to let that tick away at the base rate. I don't need to do any more than that. So let's head back to our new home area. I want the zip line. So yeah, since the last session, I've gone over kind of that sort of area to the central and west coast, and that's where I picked up a lot of the hard drives and some extra summer sloops and Mercer spheres. And before I forget about it again, I am going to put an awesome sink on our tiny little crystal quartz factory down here. We just set this up to do basic supplies for quartz, for silica and quartz crystal, but as you can see, it's all jammed up because we don't have any overflow. So I'll quickly resolve that. Where am I going to stick a sink? Maybe I'll stick it at the back here. Oops. Uh-oh. What got me? Ah, bees! They must have respawned. I thought I'd cleared out this area. They were possibly up the top there. Well, if they can't get me... Nope, there's more. Something's aggroing on me. Where are they coming from? There are also stingers around here at night time, which is why I'm doing this right now during the day. Up there. I cleared out that area. Oh well. They can stay there, that's fine. As long as they don't bug me down here, I should be safe. So let's put a few smart splitters in here. Actually, no, we wanted it this side, otherwise it's going to empty our entire containers. Smart spitters, yes. They only spit at people who deserve it. It's going to be a little squishy here, but again, this is not a very long-term base. And it's also not a very high throughput, so I don't mind dropping a little Mark III in there, because I'm not going to really change it later on. Only spit at pioneers who build inefficient factories. This is a very efficient factory, thank you. It's perfectly balanced. Okay, so the middle should be any. And if I can squeeze a merger in the middle. And rotate it. Then we can just have a line going through the middle there out to a sink. So the overflow will go there. And over here. Overflow here. So we'll have a, oops. Again, doesn't need to be anything more than a Mark III. We're not dealing with lots of throughput here. I don't have a sink on the quick build. There it is. Just steal some power from there. This is just a pretty quick and dirty solution. What's our height line here? Oh, I see. There's a pillar there getting in the way. There we go. That's the height. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary fix. Exactly. This will probably be here at the end of the game. But it's not our last quartz factory, that's for sure. And we might redo it because there is a pure node here as well. We're just using a normal node to get basic supplies. But we could ramp up production with the pure node that's nearby. Yeah, let's go for a curve. Okay, where is all the product? Did I put... Oh, I forgot the conveyors in here. There we go. Excellent. So that should now just sink. So this will continue to mine and produce silica and quartz. It won't do a tremendous amount of points sync-wise, but at least it'll mean the power graph is nice and even as well. I think I'll just jump over to that power line there and I can probably get back up. Maybe. And hopefully outrun any killer bees. Oh, this corner. Oops. Okay, we've checked on the doggos, we've set a project part going, we've added a sink to the quartz. I don't think these guys will have anything new quite yet. Oh, they do! Timmy's got some plastic for us. Good one, Timmy. We haven't unlocked plastic yet. Ooh, pulse nobelisks, George. Not particularly practical, and Scratch has got some motors. Okay, just filling my inventory up. Wow, I've got nearly 2 stacks of plastic from various places. I got some animal parts to crunch. I suppose I could set that going now quickly. Have we not unlocked? Oh, we've got a hard drive complete. And the winner is... yeah, down the bottom here. Encased industrial pipe infused quick wire. This is a good recipe. That's probably the one I will pick because it's improved efficiency. That might be useful later, but not at the moment. So let's set the next hard drive going. And I was going to look at alien megafauna because, yeah, I haven't actually unlocked the Hatcher research. Ah, right, I can't do it while the hard drive... I should have done that before the hard drive because the hard drive takes 10 minutes. Meanwhile, you tosses thousands of plastics into trash. Yeah, well, when you have thousands of plastics made per minute, plastic is a bit more disposable, but I do not have... I'm not up to that yet. I need to finish the current phase before I even get refineries. And then we will be making a hopefully large plastic and rubber factory using the recycled recipes. Okay. So back to our basics factory where we're working on architecture. We came up with this pretty cool recessed wall design with a glowy strip through the middle of it. We have moved the storage to around the side here. And we have also put a nice little walkway encasement around the trees to protect them. So here's the output of our basics factory. So this is kind of where we ended up with the architecture. So we need to keep figuring out how we'll do sort of the front of the factory here, overlooking the blue crater. So we have our coal power off in the distance there. and our slapdash steel factory there, and a little bit of a concrete factory down there. Don't even have refineries. Meanwhile, you curse because every recipe wants refineries. Yes, I am not a refinery fan. I will use other recipes if I can. There's some refinery recipes that are a bit hard to resist, but yeah, I don't like having lines and lines and lines and lines of refineries. It looks boring. They are pretty high. They're also pretty skinny. Okay, let's run some windows along here. Yeah, I know the pure copper and pure iron recipes are efficient, but I prefer the alloys. They're a little more space efficient, if they're not, even though they're not fully as resource efficient. That window just kind of doesn't... That's not ideal. I could put another beam in the middle and break it up a bit, and that would allow us to move this window, and that would probably space it better. So that's probably the obvious thing to do here. Except it's not going to be kind of in the middle, is it? So, not as obvious, although if we actually start from this side, and we run 3 that way, yeah, this will work, okay. Because this is a diagonal wall, it doesn't perfectly equal a certain width, but if we do that, then why is... That pillar is level with this. This pillar is a meter down. Interesting. I think the one below it is not quite right. But now we can come over here and put this in the middle. Ooh, it's not going to quite be exact again because of that exact measure. Ooh, how are we going to line this up perfectly? Water is basically free resources as long as you like laying lots of pipes. Yeah. Water and refineries does give you a lot of extra resource. I'm tempted to bring that out so it's against that. Here I am building it for the 3rd time. So actually have it up against the edge like that. And same over this side. Rather than being embedded in the pillar. I mean, this side's a little different because it's kind of on the diagonal. So maybe we should have it in a little. Actually, let's do an old half-meter nudge. It's like that tiny gap is going to bug me. But if I go in like that, it's going to overlap. You know what? Nobody's going to be really here to look at it. Why is that buried in the... I mean, it says it's overlapping. I can always stick a steel beam up it, actually. Wow, that almost fits. Huh. It is possible to move it just that little bit without mods, but I do not think I can be bothered. So I think I will just put a steel beam here. And I can probably put a steel beam in here, which will also overlap enough to cover the gap. And put one here. And for consistency, one in the corner here. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, we still need to do the top floor and figure out what we're doing down below. But then we have this front edge bit here as well. We could actually just... Yeah, if we keep the wall here though, this is too close to it. So I think we're going to have to bring this wall out as well. I also want to get this finished tonight because we've been messing around with this factory for quite a few sessions now. So it would be nice to actually say, this factory is done, let's go on with the next one. I didn't move that forward 1 meter. See, on every other one, we've moved it forward 1 meter. That's pretty close to the edge, actually. We could still add on a steel beam here to kind of give it a continued, consistent finish. Yeah, not too far. Yeah, I thought I'd had it sticking out the top, but that's fine. That will probably be covered by whatever beam we come along with. Now we could do like a big sign through here, like have a solid wall. I kind of like that. I might just stick. That doesn't even line up. Maybe because it was meant to be kind of in a bit from the wall, but I think I'll line it up with the higher bit. And it is also 1 meter too low at this end. Along here I might make it opaque. I need to figure out what to do to kind of hide this bit. Same along here. Do I want windows? Do I want windows all the way to the ground over this bit? How's it look? No jetpack or hoverpack yet, so we've got to walk around like a slack person. Okay. Actually, I do want windows down here because I want there to be a walkway around the perimeter, so people can sort of walk in here past the tree and then walk along here. So this will be glass with a kind of entryway, but we'll do it later because there might be some extra. It'll probably be different from just slapping down windows. I mean, this bit along here probably will be slapping down windows. Although I kind of might want an archway here. Do I have arch pieces yet? I have these, but not the curved roof parts yet. I might have enough tickets to unlock them yet, so let's go unlock them while we're thinking about it. Should we put the mam over here? Actually, how's our meat going? Protein. Quick wire stator. Eh. And I reflexively started the next one before I researched the other alien matter I was intending to do. Guess I will do it next time. So we've got the sink up here. 14 tickets, nice. So yeah, these quarter pipes I think would be useful. Could do the lift. It would be nice to add a lift to this, but I don't think we've quite got enough tickets yet. No, we don't.
Where would we be without foundations? Probably a bit lower.
So this machine we have overclocked with a summer sloop in it, so that whatever recipe we do here, we get twice the output. So by using this, when you put in animal parts and turn them into alien protein, and then alien protein into DNA capsule, you actually multiply your output by 4. I suspect I might actually show all recipes after these hard drives, because we're not very far into the game. So we might unlock everything that's available. In which case it'll tell us, it'll say you've got no more recipes you can do. No, do not recycle the hard drives. Okay. So if we try and figure out what we're doing along this corridor, that might inform what we're doing with the rest of it. So I was thinking we could use these. And run them along here. Maybe we just do it at that height. Because we can cover up that with like a glowing beam along the bottom there or something like that. That's no problem. Just not sure how to do this corner bit. I mean, if we put this right here... Oh, we could kind of do it staggered, maybe? Yeah, I don't really want to move these again, because otherwise we could move them forward a meter. We could actually move this whole wall out. Which is actually probably the easiest thing to do. That means we can make this a bit less cramped. Would also give it a bit more depth if we move it out another whole square. Might open this up a bit more out here as well. I don't know if I want to come that far out. I think just half. Maybe that's all we need to do it there. Maybe we just come out that far. There is a floor above us though, so if we bring out this down this level, it might affect the floor above. Let's go have a look what's up there. Low-key hate the building in this due to envy. There is a way to fix that, Russ. Join us. It's on sale currently, I think, isn't it? This staircase might not be permanent. I'm just chucking it here for easier access. Although we probably will have a staircase kind of in this area. Yeah, I mean, we could bring this out another half a meter. That's actually no problem, I think. Because it's not affecting any factory, it's just that bit there. And the bit above it, we can just flatten and go across the front. Save the kittens and puppies. Think there's going to be anything other than the moths fluttering around my bank account after packs? True. But it's such an efficient game. You buy it once and you have thousands of hours of gameplay. I'm going to start deleting these. That's already a bit further back than this bit here. It's interesting. Let me just get something to line it up with. Ah, that's at a different position too. Oh, it's only just across by 1 meter. Interesting. Same can be said for No Man's Sky. True, but No Man's Sky comes with a lot of frustration if you like building. Not saying there's not frustration in building in this game, but it is, I think, a lot more versatile. I think we kind of need our footing along the bottom here. Although that was the thick footing, wasn't it? So, yeah. I don't think that'll work at the front here. We'd have to go with a thinner one, I think. Now, careful not to reverse off the cliff here. I love it when hogs teleport around and end up in a wall. You're having a hog problem, are you? You know, now that I've unlocked this piece, I just thought of another way we could have done this is using a bit of a diagonal. So just have a diagonal wall across there like that, which might be a bit breezier. We can have an 8 meter tilt. So that could come in there like that as a diagonal. That might look better. Decommission a bunch of old factories and the wildlife respawned. Ah. I think something like that. We could always have some, like, propaganda signs or something along there. Now, to get this to continue at that angle into the roof is going to be probably painful. Let's see if we can nudge something into place. Not on there, we're not. Whoop, fell down. That's actually not bad. I think that's not sticking out the front. I guess we'll find out. I can't see from here, and I'm probably going to fall off if I go any further back. I think that's fine. Nature is rebounding, and nature finds a way, as they say. We could also like take these glowy signs here and put them in here. Using up our precious handcrafted crystal oscillators because we can't actually make them yet. Okay. So this actually needs to come out a bit. Although this possibly could be a bit more open form. We could actually have the door here. Or a path continuing out to the tree there. What have we got in the way of doors? Could do the old... Ooh, there's a big roll-up gate. Well, that's huge. Okay, that's not going to fit. The old double automated gate always looks cool. Actually, maybe we should put that in the pillar, so it's kind of tucked into the pillar. Although we're going to need another pillar on the other side. In that case, that's fine. Is that far out, I think? No, that's needs to stick out a little more. What I should probably do is put a marker beam there and a marker beam there to show the edges of the door. Because I think that positioning was pretty good. I'm going to have to delete that to get at it. Yeah, that's too far over.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
So now we step forward and we have a fancy door that opens. Okay, one fancy door done. So that will probably be solid. Actually, we'll probably use this pattern here, actually around here, and maybe even extend it down a little. Perhaps. Anyway, that was an ad break warning, which means we're about to have Twitch ads. So I'm going to take a short break while those Twitch ads run. And I'm going to have a bit of a stretch and a bit of a drink. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much for watching, and we will be back shortly. Where's my control panel gone? There it is. Okay, be right back.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back from our break. We're doing some architecture in Satisfactory. Putting some walls on our floating platform factory. Thank you, Russ. Welcome back. Why is that stuck there? There we go. I mean, I was thinking of doing something different on this wall, but Again, I will come back later if need be, I think. And there are cats meowing. Must be dinner time. Dinner time for kitty cats, anyway. Probably just continue this sort of steel wall motif. Yeah, I'll keep it out this far. And if I put that black beam across there... And these black bits here we can probably just duplicate down here as kind of a floor thing. Not the most efficient, but it's the easiest way to get like a flat black sort of wall. Actually, on the inside, it is flush. Kind of think we need that extra one there, though. Okay, so we've got a doorway. Hooray! Nice. Okay, let's grab a window and run some windows along the front of the building. Oh, that's right, we were going to do a bottom. And for bottom, we won't use the fat one. I think the thin one might fit well across the bottom. Although it still uses crystal oscillators, so I might run out of materials here. Ah, my nudge's axis is wrong because it's off at 45-degree angle. That's kind of lined up there, yes. Tempted to actually bring it up a meter here so that we can properly see the lip there at least. And it gives a bit of an inside ledge as well. Well, let's see a window fitting on it. Yeah, see, the window... If we have a window there, it is actually going to fit. No, it actually isn't going to fit. Okay, fair enough. You know what? I'm going to do a honeycomb across the top. But then I'm going to use clear along the bottom. Which I probably should have done after building these. That way you've actually got a clear view where you, the person, are looking. Don't fall off. 20 minutes and I should probably think about sleep. I have a very early train tomorrow morning, so not tired. Okay, that's fair enough for us. Thanks for hanging out. And also, you are on daylight savings time. Congratulations. I think you're on daylight savings time, aren't you? Most of the eastern side of the country is. Apparently that extra sunlight is craved by people. This is going to be... oh, there's a bit of mushroom down there. I can stand down there. We do not have daylight savings in WA. We have enough sunshine already. Posted a meme about Australian time zone increased Discord. I haven't seen that one yet. It certainly makes the West Coast even more isolated than before. We are now in the time zone where everybody is asleep. Okay, that's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, still not sure what I'm going to fill in there. It'd probably be solid to hide the back of that stuff. But there you've got a clear view across... Although clear view other than this thing sticking up here. Oh well. Flying with a jetpack is going to be scary. Flying with a jetpack is awesome fun. In VR, that is. I mean, even just the parachute gliding is lots of fun. But the sense of freedom in this game is amazing. There's no chat on screen? There's no chat on screen? Is my chat overlay broken? Oh, wow. Okay, that's interesting. I did not know my chat overlay had broken on screen. I would probably need to restart OBS to fix that. Which means restarting the screen. Yes, sorry, there is a YouTube commenter saying flying with a jetpack is going to be scary. I think I loaded things in a slightly different order and my multi-chat server was not running at the time that the OBS started. Actually, let me see if I can fix that. I should be able to fix it by poking it with a stick, otherwise known as editing the settings and hitting save again. So just let me check. I will be back in a second. I'm just going to poke OBS and see if I can get the on-screen chat working. Thank you for spotting that. Yes, I did respond to someone on YouTube. Oops, wrong keyboard. Okay, I think that has fixed it. If someone on Twitch or YouTube could kindly make a comment, we can test it. Yep, there it is. Okay, a bit laggy because my stream is a bit laggy. But I now see Russ's overlay comment. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay. Still need to figure out what the heck is going to happen over this side. Maybe I'll do that off stream. Like, I don't want to have too many streams of just me messing around with architecture. Unless people like watching me mess around with architecture. But at the moment it's just putting the bits together. I've kind of got the design down. It's just filling in the gaps now. So this we can probably continue that line along here. Do we have a corner piece that will fit in there that matches that style? I don't know if we do. Oh, look, is that it? Okay, position is not quite perfect. Actually, if I move that back a bit, that probably will fit okay. I might not leave it as that color or texture either, but we'll see how we go. Because if we continue this, then we can... basically put this in here like... Is that where it went to? Oops. Yeah, okay, there we go. We've actually got a corner. Okay, so along the front we'll probably continue this pattern. Come on, snap. I just realized I put that down a meter too much. Although, do I want it that flat for the front? Problem is, it's going to look a bit funny if that's got an edge and this doesn't, so... Okay, now I leave. Have a good one. Thanks very much, Russ. Enjoy PAX tomorrow, won't you? Hope you have lots of fun, and hope your leg and knee holds up okay under all the walking. The reason I'm nudging these a little to overlap is so that these screens don't have a seam. So see these screens I put next to each other here, how they've got a seam. So really to make these seamless, you want to nudge these so they, oops. See if they overlap like that. Seam be gone. Probably those photos somewhere. That would be cool. I'd be good to see some more photos from PAX. Okay, I think the roof line might inform what we do down here as well. So I think we need to finish fixing up the upper levels now to match what we've done below, or to counter it. That's right, this was a wall we were moving out. So let's delete this and move it along a bit so it's in the new outer position. We might. We could angle this in now. Yeah, we probably do want to keep it on this level just so that we can have a walkway through here. But the top level, we won't need this jutting out bit. I think it's 3 high as well. Yes, it is. It's not quite as nicely lined up with the other wall that we did this on. But did I do one too far back? I did do one too far back. Should be able to cover that up with a steel beam though. Even with a half nudge, it's kind of showing one over the other. That's okay, I don't mind. I mean, the view from up here is pretty cool too. Especially once I start having extra factories all the way around the edge. It'll look cool. Okay, so this can be a tapered off flat edge up to the row across there. So we might actually want to keep this line. We could bring this out another meter. Let's go up the top and see what's up there as far as space goes. Haven't gotten any roofs on my quick bar yet. Architecture, roofs, roofing. Actually, if we're having that bar along here, then this can drop down. That doesn't need to be as high. Oops. Yeah, chop the beams out. We'll put them back in later. No, don't cut the power line. That would be bad. I am on my last crystal oscillator. And we'll need to go make some more by hand. Because we are a long way from having manufacturers. That actually lines up pretty nicely. It's going to look messy this way, but for this corner... Actually, no, I do have a few more oscillators left. This one does not want to nudge into the other one. There we go. I think this is plenty of walkway for this factory floor. I do not think I need to come out any further, so I do think I will run this across there. And that way, just going to make for an interesting... line. So let's put this on the edge here. Basically, for every corner, we have a pillar. As long as it doesn't come out the side, that'll be fine. And this on the corner here. And I'm out of oscillators. Okay. But we'll have to figure out how we're going to make this roof. I mean, I pretty much I'll just come up here and then go flat, I think. And hopefully it won't look too terrible. But let's go handcraft some of those crystal oscillators, maybe say hello to some doggos. Okay. This doggo likes this corner of the pool here. Are you stuck, mate? Timmy? Oh, Timmy! Good timing. I need those. Thanks. That's less I have to handcraft. You're kidding me. Scratch. Is this a conspiracy? Wow, both of you giving me crystal oscillators. You're champions. Is it 3 for 3? Really, George? Thanks. Oh well, 2 out of 3 gave me crystal oscillators. 52 total. That is quite a lot of building edging. Thanks, George, indeed. Yeah, thanks, George, for nothing. But the other 2 delivered. I don't think I'm going to need to handcraft any. I think 50 is enough to keep us going for a while. Let me just take out this DNA while I'm here. Chuck it in the sink. Actually, there's probably more research ready to go as well. Molded beam and steel cast plate. I think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here for recipes. I mean, I've already got iron pipe here, so I might pick this up. Because iron pipe is going to be useful later. Well, I guess we can just keep doing it. Now, before I do that, alien megafauna. I still haven't researched this. Right, now we go back to hard drives.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving pioneer safety during exploration.
Safety from hatchers would be good. Hatcheries give me more problems than stingers. I know how to deal with stingers. Especially with a jetpack. Jetpack and a rebar gun is all you need to take out stingers. That can be fun. But if you have a hatchery that's underneath something you need to stand on, that can be a right pain to deal with. Okay, let's try and actually finish the perimeter of this factory, shall we? I'm tempted to bring this out till it's lined up with that, so this is just one high part that is full height. Although we're probably going to cut in. We could have it more open down the bottom. It's a thought. Hang on, what the heck has gone on there? Something didn't nudge right. That's backwards. Uh-oh. Ah, it's the dreaded diagonal nudge. Maybe that's what happened over there. See, I'm snapping to the edge here. I hold lock, and then I press forward to nudge, and it's gone diagonal. Coffee Stain, if you're watching, can you please fix this bug? It is one of the most annoying bugs. Oh, hang on, that's nudging diagonally as well. Ugh. How about if I put it on top of that one? And nudge it from there? Nope, that's going diagonal as well. Okay, that's okay. That's behaving itself. And if I go down... Okay, that behaved itself. I think I changed my mind. I think I'm not going to go out further there. Heck, we could even cut this back a little bit. We could definitely bring this bottom layer out to line up with here. But I don't think we need the extra space over here. Okay. That one was fine. Ah, that one needs to go closer over the edge. Okay, I misjudged that one. That's better. So it sticks out a little bit and gives it a little depth. Oh look, we've actually started this side already. Because I think that bit over there goes all the way to the ground, but we hadn't finished figure out what we're doing on this side. But we'll definitely do this run across here. Because this upper floor... Basically this fancy wall bit here is meant to line up with the ceiling logistics below. So these machines, we don't have the logistics above, we've got all the logistics underneath, so this is kind of hiding that, or at least it's at the same level of that. So anywhere you see this, what have I run out now? Wow, okay, we've chewed through so many beams that we've run out of beams. That's okay. Let's go have a look. Because yeah, we still need to figure out what to do about the tree. So we might have kind of an inverted roof under here that cuts in under the trees, or we could just leave it open, perhaps. We could also run this potentially all the way down. Okay. Rather than just waiting for the beams to slowly feed up, I'm just going to go grab a bunch of them because we are using a lot of beams. And we do not have a very fast depot at the moment. So let's pop over to the steel factory, which is not far away. Actually, how many... 37. Okay, I actually did chew through a whole bunch of crystal oscillators then, so we probably will need to eventually handcraft some more. Why did I jump up there? That's not the right place. There's our scrappy little... I'm not going to make it. I'm going to make it. Just made it. Okay. Phew. Scrappy little steel factory that we'll probably tear down and rebuild. Come on, why can't I interact with it? There we go. Pipes. Don't use pipes at the moment. Let me interact, please. Thank you. See, we've only got a little container buffer at the moment, and it's not going into the depot particularly quickly. Are we short on anything else? Maybe we should pop by and pick up some concrete while we're at it. Iron plates are at the basics factory, so that's fine. We can grab those easily enough. Everything else is fine. So yeah, concrete and steel beam, which is the usual suspects when building big things. See, that's looking cool now. Oh, it's starting to. Still a lot of work to do on it. Whole bunch of concrete. Not sure about that roof line. I think it needs something along the top, maybe. Okay. Well, it's a bit of overlap. It could have been worse. It could have just been one tiny gap and that was it. Okay. Right. So that's kind of the front bit there. I suppose we need to do the windows around here. So we continue the pattern over here, which is same as everywhere else, basically. It's 4 pillars up with the thick edge on the outside and then 3 windows on the inside. Actually, let's do over here. Let's work our way around from this side. Yeah, it's a bit more overlap than some of the other ones, but that actually, it's not quite enough to put a pillar in the middle. Is it? Is it? No, it's not. Just wondering if I can move this across 1 meter, if that would be bad. How's it look lined up this side? Yeah, if it was a meter over, it would stick out a bit. Just noticing that this pillar layout is a bit inconsistent. Because ideally we'd have that up there. And this would be the same as below, but this is actually... Oh, you know what it is? These windows are further out. These are only out by 1 meter. Those, or half a meter. This is out by a whole meter. And it's this run along here that is incorrect, which I did earlier tonight. So let's chalk that up to warming up. Or just getting in the way of pillars. Oh, it's run the wrong way. We should theoretically line it up with those. Probably not centered because of the position of this one, though. No, it is totally not centered. That's fine. We'll figure it out. The windows are easy enough to do. It's doing the little blueprint all around the edge that takes time, and that doesn't really matter much about spacing, as long as there's some overlap so it looks smooth. Yeah, see, that one's in the middle if this pillar wasn't there. But that pillar kind of has to be there. I mean, it doesn't have to be there for the higher levels, perhaps. Perhaps we take that out. Except for that hole. Can I jump that? Nope. Okay. So I guess now that I've just jumped up here, okay, this doesn't matter because that's going to be way over there. So this along here can be its own thing. Yeah, that's not going to be a very nice overlap. It's not too bad, I guess. Could also do a fancy door onto a balcony walkway out there too, maybe. This is one reason to use the plane windows, is if you do the plane windows and you have overlap, then it's a lot less... It's a lot easier to cover up the mismatch. I mean, what we could do here is we could actually take this window out and do it like this. And then cover up the bit in the corner with a metal beam in here. That's probably the cleanest. You could also use a small metal pillar if you wanted a more pronounced border. But that's pretty subtle because that looks similar to that. Do I want to do the same here? Sure, let's give it a go. I don't have one window in the middle here, so let's kind of stick one in the middle. Do a 1 meter nudge. Then run that way. Oh, it's so close to the edge. Okay, maybe these ones I will just do. Oh, it's probably a bit big for a metal beam, but it's too big for a window too. If I stick a pillar on it, so we put a beam there so that we can get our metal pillar and snap our metal pillar on the bottom of the beam, then nudge it across so it's exactly lined up, and then zoom down. Because you can't stick the beam, this right on top of that corner. I mean, the other way you could do it is you could put that there and then stick this under here and then nudge it across in place. Like that, and you have a similar effect. The beam method just has less nudging involved. Okay, it's a little bit different in style to the rest of the walls, but at least it looks pretty clean now, and there's no overlap. Right. Maybe we should start from the middle. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, this one's fine because it is not on a diagonal and there's no weird sizes. Although, yep, let's just start from the middle. Here. Almost there. We've almost done at least the outer side. There's still the back side to sort out what we're doing with, but we've almost done the inside. This one I think I'll just run along and see what we end up with in the middle. Because we might want another thick pillar in the middle for spacing. I'm going to put it there more because it lines up with the line, even though it doesn't line up with the windows evenly. And can I snample that? Yep. Oh. That's not quite right. Let's just hold snap. Why don't we do that? That's a good idea. Now this one we can actually nudge this way a bit and leave that gap because the pillar's going to fill it. No, not there. Oh, we're up against the edge. Oh, and there's a tiny gap. Oh well. Whew. I'm going to sit down on a stool for a bit. I've been standing so far. Just to give my feet a bit of a rest. And my neck a bit of a rest. And I should reset my view so I'm at the right height. I think that nudged 2 meters. Now I'm leaning back out of my guardian zone. That's not going to help.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
Already?
detected. Please seek
Jeez.
shelter.
This architecture stuff takes time. Okay, we're going to have an ad break shortly. I'm going to take a break, have a bit of a stretch and a bit of a drink while the Twitch ads run. You can avoid ads by subscribing. You can use your Amazon Prime subscription for 1 free subscription a month if you want to support the channel and avoid ads that way. Or you can use Twitch Turbo, which helps the channels as well, but also you get ad-free off all Twitch channels. And if you're on YouTube, you can use an ad blocker or you can use YouTube Premium. I use YouTube Premium. It is worth every cent, even though it's ridiculously expensive, because YouTube ads annoy me. And it is really nice not having any YouTube ads. Why is that off by 0.5 meter? Ah, because it's overlapping on the bottom one. That's fine. I think it's fine. Okay. Anyway, let's take that ad break now, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you for watching so far. I'll be right back.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back. We are in Satisfactory in VR, and we are slapping some walls on a factory so that it is not just floating platforms. Something I told myself this playthrough for sure, I'm not going to leave physics behind. We're going to have some structures and some shelters, and we're going to try and add some protection so the beams can't get in quite so easily. Hey, Lycanscope, how's it going? It's been a while. I've been good. Is your neck better? I have not seen you online much. And now it's doing the diagonal nudge thing again. Stain, please fix it. Nobody wants diagonal nudges. Okay, I think that's in place in the right place. Can we get a shout out for Lycanscope? Yep, all healed. You get married tomorrow, so the last month also has been manic. Okay, well that's a pretty good excuse if you've been getting married and starting a new job also, so you've been mega busy. Okay. Peoples, Lycanscope also streams Satisfactory in VR.
I have it on record that Lycanscope VR is an exemplary pioneer,
so
and
check
recommend
out
that you
his,
check out
I don't know if
their
he's going to be streaming much in the near future though, if he's busy getting married though. But if you want more Satisfactory in VR action, why is that out by like 10 centimeters? That one's out by 10 centimeters. Hoping to stream once a week. I've been doing a little bit in VR, so looking forward to catching everyone up. Awesome, awesome. Always good to see your builds. Lycanscope is streaming Satisfactory in VR, so he hasn't streamed in a while for various reasons, but he's probably the other main regular streamer of Satisfactory in VR. Okay. No! What's with this wall and diagonal nudging? Meanwhile, I haven't got very far in this playthrough yet, Lycanscope. I'm still working on my basics factory. That's doing diagonal nudging again. Indeed, congratulations on your marriage. Come on. I just want it to nudge the right direction. I also don't want to get a crick in my neck. Did that go diagonal? I think that might have actually gone straight. Yep, that looks smooth. Okay, right. Finally got that one in place. That's annoying. We're almost done. Almost done along this edge, and then we can see if we need to handcraft any more crystal oscillators. We've got 11 left. We're going to be cutting it fine. I don't think we're going to make it. So we haven't unlocked manufacturers, so any crystal oscillators I want, that's doing it diagonal again. I have to handcraft, which is annoying, although I was very lucky in that 2 out of 3 lizard doggos gave me a stack of crystal oscillators before the last time, and that was amazing. It was very coincidental and very much appreciated. That's going diagonal again. Come on. Maybe I should start from this end just for a change. Okay, I think that's okay. I think that might have actually gone in the right direction. Just realised some of these I've probably been doing half-metre nudges on without meaning to. Not that it matters. This is all a one line. Can I snap to that? Does look like it might. Come on, I can see there's been there to snap to. There it is. Cool. Okay, so that is the top floor, 3 sides done. I have not done the back at all. I still need to figure out what to do with the back. But we've got all the way around to here. We've also got a nice tree out here, so we kind of need to do a wall along here to have a bit of a courtyard where the tree is sitting. Because I like these big trees, so we put a little walkway around them, or a little fence. How's it looking now? Now this side hasn't changed much because we did that last time. I think we need maybe a bit of beam in that bit there. Okay, let's go up a tower and look from above. How's it looking? Okay, yeah, that's coming along with a different roof line there. Still need to figure out what to do with the roof in there, which is probably the next thing to do. We need to figure out what's happening in this bottom room that is different from the top line. Other than that, we can slap a roof on it and we're nearly done. So we have our fancy door. Now view. Okay, so over this side, trying to remember what is on top of that, if anything. I think that was just a placeholder. So this is the beam we're going to come down from here. Oops, not at that angle. And I'm about to fall off the edge. Okay. Also need to figure out how to transition kind of from this factory floor into the walkway around the tree. Kind of need a diagonal there like that, don't we? So we still have the slight problem that this is an extra chunk out from that frontage there. See, we brought this out an extra bit so that we could have a decent walkway along here because it was feeling a bit cramped initially. But now it's not lining up with the other side. I think it would be easiest just to bring this out so it lines up. That would probably be the easiest solution, even though I said I didn't want to do that. I mean, if we don't, we just have a pillar here. It's not a big deal, it's just a double pillar. And we just have that up to like a mini roof line. Kind of like what we had along here, maybe. Oh, don't fall off the edge. A little bit of vertigo there. Start it from this side. I think it did go all the way down. Yes, it did. It would be nice to keep this bit lined up with the floors, so I might actually just... What have I run out of? What's that running into? That's interesting. It's clashing with something. Oh, no, it's not. Hang on. Oh, it's even lower. That's just a 2 meter strip. This goes below the ground. And is it inset back a bit? Yes, it is. It's actually in the middle of it. So we need to go back to there and down a meter. That's the larger beam. Do we want that over this side? So this goes all the way up to there, and I'm not sure if I want to go all the way up to there on this level. But it's going to be a bit messy to trim it otherwise. Now let's at least slap this on. And that is level, yes. And now we're out of oscillators. Okay. See, this is the problem when you make architecture that uses these big signs that take crystal oscillators, even though you don't know how to make crystal oscillators because you don't have manufacturers yet. Unless the doggos want to be nice to me and give me more crystal oscillators. Timmy, no. That's what George gave me last time. That's not useful. Frames. Wow, none of you guys came delivered this time. Okay. Check the hard drives while we're here. Yep, definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel. That's fine. If we can keep these open, it means that we will get good ones when we hit the next tech level. But they've added a whole pile of alternate recipes that are interesting. Like late game, they're probably useful when you have abundances of plastic and rubber and want to do things with it. And I just remembered I was here for crystal oscillators. But this early in the game, we want practical alternate recipes that use basic ingredients. See, the doggos gave us, was it 52 crystal oscillators last time? So more than I can actually handcraft at the moment just using depot content. It was a bumper load. I mean, I hope we're almost done with this fancy border. But we are still a long way away from manufacturers. I think they're phase 4. So phase 3 is plastics and refineries. And I think it's not until phase 4 that we get manufacturers and blenders. So a long time. Unless that they are late phase 3 perhaps. Can we buy them? Oh, we can buy high-speed connectors. Ooh. We can actually make high-speed connectors, but they take circuit boards, and we can't make circuit boards, so I actually can't make high-speed connectors. Okay, if we get desperate, we could buy a stack of 100, but 4 tickets for 100, that's a bit ridiculous. Just want to grab this bio DNA and chuck it in the sink while we're here. What bits do we have left? Hatches, just hatches. This is basically my single sloopomatic machine for doing all the cheesy sloop multiplication for slugs and animal parts. How are we going for tickets? Another 10, and that DNA should get us a couple more. That's right, we were doing the bottom level, but this roof line is bugging me. I think I want to kind of cut in the roof line a bit. Because if we bring it into here and then slope it up, like actually this whole area let's see, so we've got a roof line sloping down this way. I don't trust that. I think it's diagonally. Okay, they're going to do one more. I mean, we can do it steeper. We got 1 meter, 2 meters, 4 meters. So if we did 4 meters off there. Okay, that's not actually telling me it's clipping, even though it's clipping. Now it's clipping. So that could come all the way back to here. Could bring that down to here. Although that would involve using the smaller fitting here, so we would... Yeah, no, okay, not so much. And if we start from here, that's going to go too high there, but we could flatten it out a bit, or yeah, I don't know. Oh, we could have just like one bit of flat here. Actually, that's not too bad, because that brings it in line with this pillar. And then it runs up to there like that. I have no idea how I'm going to handle the corner. But I think I kind of like that for under here. Oh, come on, just give me that slight bit there. There we go. I mean, this area here we want open sort of like this. So we actually kind of want to extend this roof line here around. So really we want this overlapping that like that. Okay, that's cool. And now we could have a similar line across here, but we're going to run into the tree, so we've got to solve the tree problem. And no, I'm not chopping down the tree. I like the tree. Oops. I'll stand up for a bit. I've been sitting down for the last section. Okay, so we've got a bit of a roof going on there, and the tree is kind of tucked into the roof there. Although I need to have a bit more room above the roof if I'm going to keep the tree there. And we need to figure out what's going on over that side. I think I might actually keep a walkway around here, though. But let's finish off this bit here, because this bit's still a work in progress. As much as this corner looks cool here, it doesn't suit the rest of the room. Mind Jive, how's it going? Good evening. Welcome. We are playing factory wall jigsaws. Like, I like that. That's a cool roof finish there. I like that finish. I just don't know how to fit the tree in it. And I don't know what to do in the middle yet, but we're working through it very slowly. Okay, let's check the front. How's the front looking? So now we should have a diagonal, but the diagonal's not very visible, so maybe I'll bring that forward a bit, actually. We also need to tidy up that. We need to figure out what to do with that corner, which is going to be a pain. But let's jump up on the roof and look at that bit, I think. This is why box factories are well appreciated by many people, because a box factory is simple. It's a box. Start putting angles and things like that on it, and it gets a bit messy. I might use the metal finish for the roof as well, but we can always paint that later. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I mean, we could try a diagonal here. Or we could just actually leave that flat, and that's a bit less cumbersome to deal with, so... And we could actually just chop off this area here and do a similar kind of roof style to there. That's probably easier. We don't have any fancy edge there, so yeah, let's get rid of this. And we can do more like this. Did I go right to the edge? Not quite. But closer than that, I think it was. Ooh, right on the border. Not that anyone's going to be up here looking. Though I think that's better. Actually, this would need to come from this edge if it's going to line up to the same point. Although we could do that to there. That's going to not be high enough though, so I think we just make this flat with a wall. Oh, there's a bit of a hole there. Because that'll at least clear that. This is the bit that sticks out that we need to deal with. What's annoying is zooping these doesn't zoop them in the diagonal, which makes them less zoopable than you would hope. Okay, we just fit one window in there. Nice. And I just chucked a random window in the roof there because we don't have zoop mode on, so there's no confirm. No, not that one. Okay, it's not the cleanest, but I think it will do. Okay, let's go for a fly. Yeah, see, this I might make glass, even though it's not something that someone's going to see through, because it just looks a bit out of place being a wall. Or, yeah, see, I kind of needed that edge there because there's lumpy bits under there. Just notice there's windows. Whoops. There's windows sticking out there that will need repositioning. I like this bottom bit though. That's pretty cool. Top bit like that is cool. There's a creature below me who'll probably get aggro on me. That's not cool. Oh, missed. Yeah, okay. Most of it's cool, but that diagonal bit of roof I don't like. Maybe we do have it inset a little bit, but still have it square. I don't mind this bit being flat, it's the diagonal I don't like. Okay, let's get back up there. I do need to do something to kind of hide the logistics on that other side. Actually, I probably need that thicker beam along the bottom there at the front. Kind of need an opaque window. I mean, we could do like a run of these along here. Would that be too much? Probably, because we've got them just below there. So what we need is kind of a steel wall. You know, I know that. I wanted the other texture, thanks. I mean, that's really the only bit that needs blocking off, and the rest can be flat. Ugh, diagonal nudge. Actually, what we want to do is match the lineup of the windows above would be cool. And the pattern is that it clips in by a meter, and then that would zoop all the way across. And then we'd have one underneath it. And then we just have black beams below it, although this roof here... How did I get it to not quite line up by a whole meter? Like everything here is slightly different sizes. Wow. Yeah, okay. That's not lined up because that was a very specific position for that window, so I really should redo this one based on this positioning here. Ugh. Again, nobody should be up here really, so it shouldn't matter. Now, I'm going to try and cheat and see if I can get something really black using this instead. Is this still on the very, very black? Yes, it is. This is very, very black. This is so black it is -5 into the blackness. See, if you take normal black and paste it on concrete, it looks meh. But if you take a black that is -5 black, it is really black. It's like that paint that's really expensive black. Doesn't look great, but nobody should really be looking at that up. Ooh. Nearly had a fatal accident. Nobody should really be looking too closely right at that. Okay, so that I'm more happy with the roof line now. I don't think a flat roof in that area is a problem. Maybe need a little colour along the edge there, but other than that, I think that's fine. Still got to deal with those windows sticking up. Voice is asking me when the next ad break is. The next ad break is in 15 minutes approximately. Okay. It's a really awkward gap. Was this lined up with anything above and below? Not really. Okay, so we can move these windows around. So I think it would be better to have these centered rather than... Yep, okay, let's do that. Originally I was lining them up with the lines here, but they're not fitting in the space. Not with that bit at the end. So let's try doing them flush instead. Oops. I mean, it looks neater if it's flush. And how is the spacing at this end? Oh, look at that. That is perfect. Wow, that is perfect. Okay. We've got our spacing. So it's not going to be lined up with the markings on the floor, but that's fine. We can live with that. So now we have a nice little lookout window here over the blue crater. Although, despite being 2 meters tall, you know, that window should be slightly this way. Actually, it should just be that much this way. Which is half a meter. Okay, now as a 2 meter person, tall person, I can lean on the edge and kind of see over the edge there. The edge does block it, so I'm still tempted to do a little balcony. Maybe a little lookout on this corner here. Okay, roof line, roof line. There's a lot of audio silence. I'm thinking, do I want a sodding big pillar on the corner, or do I want a nice wall? I know it is an inverted one I need. So something like this. Why is it not snapping to the bit that actually looks like it fits? I mean, that's a perfect fit. And I mean, the pillar can be shoved right back here and just gives it a little bit of, I guess, texture on the corner. And even with it nudged out, that doesn't... It's not too bad. I may continue this light sort of along here as well. I might put a big one on the corner here, sort of as to match the big one over there. And it'll also help cover up the corners a little bit more. So it steps out as much as that, but it sits there. That's not too bad as an inside roof. So we've got our... Oh, something's using quick wire. Oh, that's not good. What is that? What is that? I mean, it's concrete something. Oh, it might be a foundation that came from below. No, definitely didn't come from below. Okay, I can delete that safely. Ah, maybe... Oh. Wow. Oh, it's that bit. Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. Yep. Fair. Which is another reason to nudge this in that way. And to put that on there. Oops. So that will now finish that off nicely here. We can put this back on the front of the storage crate there. That's a little crampy. I think having the spacing there is more important than the sizing down here, and the sizing down here we can always nudge out a bit more. Except that's like right at the edge, but we can fit a small one in there. We'll do this, we'll just layer pillars like a parfait. Okay. Right, it's coming along slowly. This is like really tedious stuff, isn't it? Probably doesn't make for gripping viewing, but it is slowly coming together. Kind of need like a perimeter around the edge of beams to say this is the edge of the tree. Do not encroach on the tree do not encroach on the factory. So we could put an elevator here, because that's clear of the tree, it's clear of all the other bits and bobs. And that way you can come in here, you can view this stuff here. Let's put another fat one on the end here, just to match that side. I've lost where that snapping point is because I've replaced it with one's the other orientation. That's fine, by the power of nudge we can put it in place. Okay, so if we put our elevator here, I kind of like that. Maybe I should go and unlock the elevator right now and shove it in here. Problem is it doesn't nicely line up. I mean, it is. We could do the walkway out to here, I guess. So the two factory floors are, this is the one factory floor, that's the other factory floor, and then you've got the basement. So if we had an elevator here, it would kind of run over this bit here. But that's fine because we can do a walkway out.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Are we running with that ad break or are we delaying it? Azurin? We're running with the ad break? Okay, no problem. So we're not delaying the ad break, but we're having an ad break now, and then we're delaying it later. Keep going for the next 5 minutes. Okay, we are delaying the ad break. That's okay, we can delay it. Just 1 notch. Delaying 1 notch. Dinner is approaching, folks, so I'm going to have a little bit of a longer break while I eat some yummy pasta. Okay, and then we can have a nice view of the tree as we go up the elevator. That's cool. But we do need to kind of figure out what we're doing inside here. Probably don't need the full shiny border, but I might want a simplified border on the inside with similar colors. Or I could just leave it as windows. But I think having some border would be good, even if it's just like a black beam across. It might be worth blueprinting up. We can play with that after the break, though. Okay. Let's head back to base. See what the doggos have got for us. I need to capture some more doggos at some stage. I've only got 3 at the moment. And I think, is this Timmy? Timmy. I think Timmy is stuck here. I think Timmy can't get out of the pool.
Down the well?
VR. Yes, it is VR, Richard. It is Satisfactory in VR. It's the only way to play. Maybe I should change this ramp to be similar. Oh, hello. Who are you? Scratch. Quickwire Scratch. Okay. Yeah, I can already make Quickwire. But I think poor Timmy is stuck here. It is very cool. So you're watching on YouTube, so if you look in the video description, there are links to the mod and information on how to set it up if you want to try it for yourself. And there's some instruction videos on how to install it. It's pretty straightforward. It's a little fiddly, because a lot of mods are. How did I make a pool? That is a very good question. Well, step 1 is you find a spot with water, and then you build foundations around it so that you're cordon off the water. So this is actually a natural lake in this area, but I just put shapes around it so that there's bits of water here. And then there's concrete at the bottom, which I've painted blue. It's probably a bit too blue, but that helps colour the water. This bit in the middle, I can't actually, there's a bit of quartz in there that won't let me dig because I can't dig while I'm in the water. So this bit is kind of out of bounds. But other than that, we've got a number of pools here for the lizard doggos. I do plan to have like a slippery slide for power slugs later on, but at the moment I'm sort of prioritizing other build things like factories. Okay, and we've got one more doggo over here. No, I've already checked George. Okay, that's right, they didn't have anything. And the beans like hanging out here too. So this spot on the map, if you're familiar with the Satisfactory map, we are in the south edge of the East Forest, I think it's called. So we've got the blue crater over the edge here. So that's the blue crater down there, which is a popular spot for rocket fuel and things like that, although we've got some coal generators over there because we're early game still. And just in this edge of the forest here, there is a little spot with a little pond of water. So on the map, so this is the grasslands over here, which is like your starting area. You've got the Crater Lake over here. We're in this spot here, and there, you can see on the map there's this lake area here. So I've just basically concreted over the lake and then left holes so it looks like there's swimming pools. So it's a water fun park for doggos and power slugs. But I haven't got the power slugs in here yet. Steel frame and okay, steel screws is one of the ones I was waiting for.
Broadcast detected. Please seek
steel
shelter.
frame is also useful though. I think that's a good one. Thanks. I've seen other people do similar things with water. Like some people actually run their conveyor belts through the water as if it's like a cooling process. I need to put some more edge and some more features around it though. But yeah, it's a bit different from your average little home area in Satisfactory. And I wanted to give the doggos a nice big area to play with. Lots of people shove doggos in this. Oh, you've already got something for me, George. They shove doggos in this tiny little pen area. I mean, yes, it's harder to chase them down, and poor Timmy's over here stuck on the edge because he can't get out. I think I need to make that angle a little steeper, or maybe if I put a beam along there, he might be able to climb on the beam. If I put a... no, it's going to have to be that high, and there's a doggo in the way. If I put an edge along there, he might be able to climb out. Okay, so as mentioned a couple of times by Ada, we have an ad break coming up in a few minutes. I'm also going to break and have a little dinner, so it'll be about a 10-15 minute break while I have some dinner while the ad break is running, and then we'll be back after that for more Satisfactory in VR. How hard is it to build in VR? It is. I prefer it to building in flat now. I've been in VR long enough that it's more natural. The depth perception helps. I also like that you can aim with the controller independently of where your camera is looking, so I find it much easier to do that. It's also easier to like paint if you are selecting a bunch of things just by waving things around. So it takes a little bit of getting used to, and the controls, because you've only got limited buttons, they do take a little bit of getting used to. But we have radial menus. We have a build quick menu here, and you can flip through your different build quick menus. We also have a quick menu here for selecting your equipment. Firing weapons is pretty cool. Once you've selected what you want to build, you can also pick variations, or you can switch through different finishes. So it's got all the same functionality that the flat version has, just a bit different control mechanism. But in general, I find that being in the world and the depth perception, you see a lot of detail in VR that it's easy to miss in the flat mode of the game. Okay. So the last lot of alien DNA looks like it's netted us another 10 coupons, so we should be able to afford ourselves a bit more architectural items. Let's just shove this in here. But as mentioned, there is an ad break due any second now, and I am going to take a brief break while the ads are running for about 10-15 minutes. I'm going to have some dinner. So I will... How long away is dinner? 1 minute, 2 minute, 4 minute, 8 minute? Okay, well, 1 minute's the ad break, so I'll wait until the ad breaks actually start, and then I'll take a break for dinner. So this is an early playthrough. I've started again, and I'm playing the entire thing through in VR. So our basics factory here is just building the basic building ingredients that you get at the start, like plates, rods, wire, cable. Also got quick wire and AI limiters in here because there's a Caterium node up the back there. But through this playthrough, I was determined to actually make the factory look like a factory or a building before moving on to the next factory. So we're spending a bit of time here on doing some architecture for this building. So once we finish with this, we'll be upgrading to the more advanced steel factory. And then we've got some project parts that we need to finish off. Although I'm probably not going to do a full factory of the project parts. We've got smart plating just ticking away at the old base there. But I'll need to set up temporary new factories just to get those over the line, because it's not until the next phase that we're going to have lots of building parts that are going to be more useful, such as refineries and manufacturers a bit later on. But trains, I'm really looking forward to trains to help with logistics and getting things from part to part. Okay, and here's the ad break, and I'm going to dinner. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Thanks for watching.
Look lively, It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back. I can't hear the music playing. Oh, I don't have my headphones on. Let me just put my... Okay, that's much better. I can hear things now. I mean, things are a little soft, but they're audible at least. Okay, we're playing some Satisfactory in VR, and 3 hours into the stream, I remember that I was going to set a time-lapse camera going while I built that outer wall, and I completely forgot to set it going. So we just have to tear it all down and spend another 3 hours rebuilding it. No, I'm just kidding. I'll just not... I'll have to... Oh, good one, George. That could be handy. More of those, please. Scratch, where did you find Spitter remains? Has he been out hunting, has he? Okay, how are we going to get Timmy? Timmy's fallen down the well. No, Timmy's stuck in the pool here. How are we going to get poor Timmy out? He's been here for weeks. Probably peeing in the pool, which makes me wonder how he goes out and gets the stuff if he's been in the pool the whole time. If I take this thing away, it's going to drown him? I don't know how to get something under him to lift him up. Because I can't build anything under him because he's there. So I might have to do that with a save file editor later. A bit to the left. Actually, you mean if I have a ramp? Maybe I could slip it under him like this. Maybe that will glitch him onto it? Okay, Scratch is out. Okay, can you get on the edge here? I'm going to leave him. I will sort him out later. He's not going anywhere. He's still finding bits for me. So actually we were getting distracted by dinner. What we were going to do was unlock the elevator so we can build an elevator in our new factory. Do we have a hard drive finished? Do we have a hard drive even going? No, we don't. Next hard drive. Now we go up here. We should have a bunch of tickets. Did I put that? Yes, I did put the bio samples in. Oh, look at that graph. That's an interesting graph. That's a very interesting graph considering I haven't actually changed anything. I wonder if that's because I built stuff and therefore used the parts so they weren't sinking, and then I stopped building stuff so it filled back up and started sinking extras again. That's probably what happened. Still quite a profound graph though. Okay, 29 points. That's good. Let's buy some stuff. Let's get an elevator. Let's get some ventilation. Possibly in inverted corners. We don't really need them currently. Ooh. These are tempting, but I don't need them yet, so I might save up. Lighting would actually be good. I've thought about putting some lighting in here, and I know the people like using signs and lumen, but you can't use lumen in VR because it's too much of a performance hit. They would be nice to have, but not essential, so I'll come back later, I think. How are we going with that? That's 26. Let's just go with that.
Due to Pioneer request and several reported issues with staircases, there is now a more efficient solution. The Fix-It personnel elevator ensures optimal safety by putting a Pioneer in a box controlled by a rudimentary AI, specialized in soothing a straining mind. Exposure to a Fix-It personnel elevator is recommended to be a minimum of 2 minutes per day for optimal gain.
Okay, so elevator. I guess we just whack it here. I mean, we could move it further across, but actually that's kind of in the way of the trees, so we do really need to put it here, I think. It's under transport? Oh, it's under transport. Wow, of all the transport we have not much, but we have elevators. Okay, let's put the entry on this side. And to get to the top, I'm going to have to come run around to get it lined up properly. Relax. Good morning, Relax. How are you going? Welcome back, welcome back. Here, Lurking, just finished stand up, but into another call I go. No problem, I understand. Oh, I need to go up to the top floor, so I need to go... Oh, it's clipping into a roof. That's annoying. That doesn't look like it's clipping. That is not clipping. I wonder if I can delete the roof and rebuild it in exactly the same spot later. Problem is, I'm now up here. Actually, I should build a little walkway out here so I can get it lined up. Because that's kind of where it needs to go. You see that vid I shared the other day? I need to start a new save for this game. Maybe. Which vid was that? I can't remember, but I might have. Oh, it was probably clipping into... No, it was coming up here. It should totally not clip into that roof. Ah, yes. Yes, I did. I'm going to put some extra roofs out there just to give me a point to rebuild the roofs later. This better not complain because it's overlapping the tree though, because I'm trying really hard to save the tree. Wow, it's much easier to do it from above. Yay, it's going to let me build it. We haven't connected power yet, so it's not actually going to do much. And we will need to put in a floor stop here. Now, can I rebuild this totally not clipping roof? That's not clipping! That's unacceptable. Look, there's a whole half a slab difference there. It's totally not clipping. Okay, 1 meter away is not clipping. So I could possibly get away with just moving my roof ever so slightly. So it's going to have to come all the way across to there to be overlapped sufficiently, and there's going to be a tiny gap up there. Well, let's stick a roof there, and we'll see what we can do to fill it in. Where am I going to get power from? I have not yet got a... This is the entry power to the factory. Maybe I should put a little maintenance door here and have the power stuff back here. Which I still need to figure out what to do with it. So I think having the logistics up there open is fine, and I still like the walkway around. I'm tempted to hide this stuff. It at least needs a bit of tidying up, though. Not essential at the moment. I kind of still need something to fill in here, except it won't let me put roofs. I wonder if I can put a flat roof. Does it like flat roofs? Okay, flat roofs are fine up to there. But that's going to stick out a bit that side as well, unless we come even further out. Also want to rotate it a bit. Let's rotate it around that way. It's a pity we don't have a half roof. Although we could get away with using catwalk intersections. That's not too bad as a basic roof. Unfortunately, we can't have the pillars overlapping the lift at all. So if we want a pillar up here, we would have to put it kind of there. Could just leave it like that. I think I need a wall in this bit here just to fill in that bit though, if we're calling that the edge of the building. Then we need to figure out what to do with all this bit. I mean, ideally we'd have a similar diagonal at a similar height. What's that? Ah, that's the concrete pillar above. That's fine. And have that along there. And we put a concrete pillar on that edge there. Okay, concrete pillars here are quite inwards. So I think we continue this outside fascia here. So we've got this fancy fascia here. So if we continue that along there, maybe just along there and leave it as that, and leave the other bit as like an open fence facing the tree, or maybe we could have a down ramp there going down to the tree. Let's try that. Let's see if we can fit that in. Okay, time for these platforms to go. Hopefully the nudge gods will favor us. That pillar is very this way. Maybe I should bring this way, which means I might need a half. Is that going to stick out? I can't see from that angle. Yes, it covers up my nice sign. Could try a half meter. So just do a half meter out, so it's not sticking out from the front, but that should have the sign. No, it's still not enough. Wow. Okay, and it's just sticking out too far there. I mean, we could bring this floor 1 meter this way. Heck, we could bring it 2 meters this way. And we've fiddled enough with the floor that it probably doesn't matter if we do that. I'm just going to get a bit of Z fighting there. And it's not going to be particularly nice, although we could move this entire thing over, but then the lift is not going to be lined up if we move it over too far. Let's go with that. Actually, too late. It's gone. So I was just thinking we could have a ramp up from here. Oops, not there. Yeah, that's not going to be working exactly. So what do? We put it on here, we nudge it up. And then we... No, it's got to be further forward than that. It's got to be there. Yeah, well, that's got to be fixed. But that's okay. We can now snap a floor onto the side of this. I said we can snap a floor onto the side of that. See, nobody noticed anything wrong there. Oh boy, something went wrong there. I'm guessing a diagonal nudge snuck in there when we weren't looking. How did I miss that before? That's better. Okay. So now we've got a nice walkway down to our tree. We can add a bit of a walkway here. I'm tempted to just leave this open. Top Dionks. Hello, welcome. How's it going?
Top Dion X just followed you.
Oh, thank you for
Thanks
the
for the
follow.
follow, Top Dion X, and welcome to the channel.
Top Dion X. That's probably a reasonable way to say it. Welcome to the channel. Doesn't want me to build this there for some reason. I also don't know if I want this big border here. Yeah, Top Dion X is probably a reasonable way to pronounce your name. Adip is probably right. Thought I was following already. Love the previous stream I caught for me. Thanks. Glad you enjoyed it. Okay, maybe keeping the extra border across there is probably a good fit, and it would help clean up the ceiling a bit as well, I think. And this stream and the last stream has just been like architecture stuff. It's building. Hopefully next session I'll get back to actually making a factory. That's diagonally nudging. I do have all my past streams and VODs available if people do want to watch past streams. So they are on Twitch that go back a fair way, but I also stream to YouTube. So catching up on streams on YouTube is also a good way if you want to catch up on stuff you've missed. Oh, what? Okay, which one's wrong? I reckon this one's wrong. That looks like a diagonal nudge gone wrong. Maybe I should just snap it all to the bottom one. That's a bit better. Okay. Ooh, almost. I reckon that's very close. Yeah, very close. But I could do a small pillar in there in the middle and cover that up, I reckon. Not quite a steel beam. It's a bit thicker than a steel beam. Actually, we could use a small pillar like we've got here. And if we put it there, it will actually line up with the center of the room and hide that the windows are not quite lined up because the pillars are a little asymmetrical. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty barren room at the moment. We need some furniture in here or something like that. But at least we've now got an entranceway through here. So, I mean, the path here still needs a bit of work. But you can come in the fancy doors here. along the front here with the view over the blue crater. And then access all the materials that the factory is building. It's interesting, you can see what I'm actually... Oh, that's interesting. Why is the AI limiters not full? I guess they're just really slow. Like, I do just have a trickle of these coming in, so maybe that just hasn't filled up yet. And same with the quick wire, actually. So everything else is actually filled up because you can see the pipe down as now blocked up. And it moves every now and again as it's loading more into the depot. Okay. Yeah, I think we might just need to have it like a scrappy roof over the tree. Could probably actually just continue this roof all the way under the logistics floor up there, unless you wanted to leave it naked. That's kind of not urgent though. We still need to put a roof on. Love your playstyle of more building, less factory. Thanks. Yeah, a lot of people go for massive build, and you really don't need it to actually finish the game for a start. Like project parts, I'm trickling smart plates through at a ridiculously low level rate at the moment. But those parts will be ready before I start probably the next part. But that is definitely not a serious factory. That's a temporary solution that I threw in there just to get phase 2 project parts going, because I'm not ready to build a big project part factory. I'd rather do that in phase 3 when I've unlocked refineries and trains and that sort of useful thing. Yeah, so we're still kind of encroaching on the tree a bit here. But I think that's okay. So with the elevator coming out to there, I think I'd like a staircase as well, so... Maybe we have a staircase wrapping around the elevator from down here. Let's see how it looks. So yeah, and this playthrough specifically, I am trying to use recipes that are higher output rather than things that are necessarily the most efficient, because I don't use all the resources on the map. Usually just having enough materials, like it doesn't matter if it costs a little extra, I'd rather have a more compact factory. So I've been using alternate recipes that are kind of not the popular ones. Because actually I probably want to go up here, because I've been using ones that have higher output rates rather than ones that are necessarily more efficient. Okay, so if we put this here, it's easy to cut and paste, you know, a blueprint of several refineries and paste it dozens of times to get a high throughput factory. That's not particularly challenging, I find. Yeah, this will nicely kind of tuck over the tree. Maybe I should unlock the steel foundation to make this sort of a metal finish similar to this staircase. Now, is this actually going to make it up to the top? I think it will actually, because the factory's floors are fairly evenly spaced. Actually, I think that is the top. I think that should be level. Yeah, it doesn't copy anything, and then I can change the part. Let's go with that one. And then I can do a walkway from here across to that floor. Oh, I see. It goes over there. Okay, so we would need to go here and then wrap around the corner. Now I need to figure out if I want to keep the old walkways or if I do want to do it differently. Not sure yet, but I think that's at least an improvement to the navigation options. We've got an elevator, we've got a couple of stairs options. Because the original stairs up were just thrown in place as I was building the factory to get around. So, and some of these are two sort of logistics floors. So this is an area through here where you can actually get at the different logistics if you need to do maintenance work on them, for example, or if you need to build things. Now there's not a dead end piece here, but I wonder if I can... I don't have railing on my quick bar. Maybe I should put it on there. 10. So if I put a railing at the end like that, it should look like it's not an exact match to what the actual walkway has. It's not too bad. Kind of a bit of access to the different, because I think this is a smart splitter, so I actually do need to access that sometimes to change its programming. This walkway here, it would be useful to have a walkway maybe from there joining here. So not there, but if we have this bit taken out. So then if you're coming up the lift or you're coming up the stairs, you can then have easier access to come over here, but we'll take that out. I might just leave the old stairs in for now. They're actually not too bad. This square's a bit odd sticking out of here by itself though. I mean, what we could do is we could do a walkway around the edge using these. So we could put a edgeless one here. And this could run. Let's zoop that. Come on, get the angle right. So instead of having this one here, we now have walkways around the edge. If we want to keep that stair, then I guess we just finish this at the edge here. And we can always get a modern railing and run that along the edge here. So it's not exactly perfectly symmetrical. But it is consistent. Now I did plan to put a roof on here, so we've still got a lot to do roof-wise. I have a bad habit of leaving roofs off in factories. Factories may have walls, but then I don't get around to putting the roof on. And I could leave the middle bit open. Although technically, if they had rain back in, that could be a tripping hazard if these walkways get wet. Very nice. Thank you, Beaumark. Yeah, so let's do a similar thing to the down here. Let's add a walkway around the edge. Wrong one. I did say I would finish the architecture on this before moving on to the next factory though, so I think we do need to whack some sort of roof on, even if it's just a basic one. Might move this all along and out a bit. Or I could just put a corner in the end bit here. Because this bit going down and coming up again is kind of cool. I mean, I might come back and rearrange this bit later on. Like, this is a little cramped along this edge here. Why is it not zooping? Actually, I might bring this all the way to the edge. No, I'm going to just have that to the edge, and I'll put a railing along here, because we've already got the walk up to the elevator that's pretty open along here. Maybe we could get rid of that walkway in there as well if we wanted to, but I don't mind that. Okay, so I have a bit of a walkway up here to get to the top level. Or another stairs up there, which gives access to the logistics.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please
It's
seek
time for
shelter.
another ad break already. Okay. I guess we're going to take out that Twitch ad break now, and we will come back and do some roofing afterwards. You know, I kind of like that that's visible through there. Even though that was a really poorly placed slapdash. I mean, I could straighten it, but I kind of like that that's visible below. Maybe I should unlock glass floorings. Yes, that's the text, the message, the speech message is that there's an incoming Twitch ad break. Just gives me a few minutes warning to be prepared so that I don't leap on top of me before I'm not expecting it. Okay, yeah, I think having some glass or something there might be cool, but for now, let me just pause here. And after the break, we will continue and slap a roof on this and hopefully make it look semi-reasonable. We'll see how we go. Thank you for watching. So be back in about 3 minutes after I have a bit of a drink and a bit of a stretch. We'll be back shortly. Thanks for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. Hopefully my mic is unmuted. So we've been working on the basics factory architecture. We've now put in an elevator to go to the 3 different floors. Yep, you're all good to go. Thanks very much. We've increased the walkways and put a few safety rails in there to stop people falling off the edge, although everybody who comes through here should have a parachute. And now we've just got the roof to slap on. I mean, there's walls at the back there I haven't done yet that I'm kind of ignoring. Although being at the back, they can probably be a lot simpler than the walls on the outside. Also would like to do something a little fancier, maybe around the miners. But that's not essential. I don't mind miners sitting out in the weather. So let's get up there and see what we can do as far as an acceptable roof. No, not that one. I'm just going to whack a lookout tower down in the middle of this factory. Give myself a bit of height. I should have possibly started with the corners, but let's start from this end. I was considering putting a canopy over the tree, but I think I might either leave it fully open or maybe just have a diagonal from there across. So, or even a curve if I want to get super fancy. I don't think I have roofs on my quick bar. It's under architecture, I think. What styles do we have? Right, okay, we need to unlock more roof styles apparently. Because I know you can get metal ones and glass ones and things. Right, because we've got the fancy wall over there, it's going to allow us to snap to different points. We probably want to snap to the outside point. We may even want to overhang ever so slightly, perhaps. See, this here is a bunch of walls at half-meter intervals with a pillar on the end, so we can actually snap to any one of those. Or we could nudge from that point. I think having it right on the edge like that is probably good. And I don't think I want it to be too steep. Yeah, because that kind of is like a little overhang above, you know, sort of that. Oh, no, not too far, not too far. Ah, too far, too far. I need another walkway up on that side. Okay, so we can probably delete that now. I'm tempted to put a little rise of windows just along like this, and then maybe have flat on top of that. Although I'd really like glass roofs. Also, I'm wondering if 4 meters is too much height. No, not a buggy. Give me a roof. If I put a flat roof on there on top like that. Something like that. Can't quite make that jump. I could keep the angle going on top, sort of as a peak after it. How's that look if I do that? I mean, I could do that and then have like a double here. I'm going to need that to get back up, so let's just keep a copy of one around. And then we could slope it down on this side. I know it looks a little too bulky that way. I think we need less glass. Like, the concept is okay. The problem is we can't really have less glass. Like, there's no half-height window or anything like that, so if we were to have the glass lower, I mean, we could nudge it down one and maybe get away with it, but we'd have to have a beam underneath to make it fit. How's it look from a long way away? Yeah, not so much. Sticks up too much. I think I'd probably just have a little gable instead. That's an interesting random bit of wall. I wonder what happens if I delete that. Ah, that's what happens. Whoa. Almost stuffed the jump up. Okay, so don't like that. I mean, general concept has some promise, but it's just too bulky. The other way we could do it is we could just have a rise of like Where's a wall? Just a slight rise this side. I mean, this doesn't need to be 2 meters. This could be... oh, that's different. 1 meter. Or it could be flat. Something a little like that. And we could have that as potentially as a glowing sign beam across there. I think that's a bit better. I have no idea how we're going to combine it with the diagonal though, so that's probably going to be messy. Oh, there's a gap there. Yeah, we can move that window. Gone. Okay. Could always flip it and have the window on the outside as well, potentially. I also think this along here, that's white's not good though, because this is all white. Although if we change this to metal or something later on. Okay, let's get this going to the corner. Because this diagonal is not going to be happy lining up with us. So that's probably enough that side, because this side will be... Come on. This will be overlapping there. And there is a bit that we could fit in here. Probably don't want a gable at the end. probably want to cap this corner piece. I mean, yes, this is a pretty boring roof edge. It keeps dropping zoop mode for some reason. It's like, no, I want to keep zoop mode on, please. Where did that zoop to? What the? It's trying to save me from my own zooping. That way. I'll just do it to the edge. It's like I could consider going over the miners more, but oops. Actually, this is just going to be to the edge there. I'm going to figure out what we're doing with the rest of that. I mean, the easy one is to just do flat glass over the top here, rather than doing something like this. We only have 2 space on this one. That's kind of what we had on the other one, actually. It's about the same. So if we did the same on this one, it would be a wall. And then did we change it to 1 meter? I think it was still 2 meters, wasn't it? No, I think it was 1 meter. No, it was 2 meters. That is not lined up because this was not the exact amount across. That's interesting. So to do that is going to be quite interesting. This is where flat starts looking like a good idea. At least flat you can overlap without too many problems. That's not too bad, actually. One meter out and we could get a nice overlap. Not that we have a 1 meter roof, so we'd have to kind of double beam this or use a pillar and run a pillar along there. Or do we have a beam? Maybe a beam would fit in there. I think a beam, if we nudged it across by ½ meter, would fill it. Yes, okay, so that would work. Not the nicest, and don't like the colour. But, yeah, no, I don't like that. Should have left it there while I was sticking a pillar on it, though. Realize that should probably been a little lower. Yeah, no, don't like that either. No, we're going to come back to that. Maybe we just go flat. I mean, the only problem is actually this bit, so we could just go flat on this edge. And still do the full 2 width on this side. So this would be flat. Whoops. Oh, it's zooping. Good, good. So flat for that bit and then gabled for that bit. This is why I don't like doing roofs. It's just fiddly for... for what benefit? To keep the rain off. OMG, finally out of meetings. You didn't miss much here. We're just slapping down roofs. Trying to figure out how to actually make a decent looking factory roof. See, if I just make it flat, I can just stick air vents all over it and then it'll look good, right? I'm going to go see if I can unlock more textures than just this roof texture, though. I mean, it's not a bad roof texture. It's just very white. I do like the glow in the dark at the side bits though. Literally 2 hours of meeting to start your day. Had to build 2 tarballs for HF Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, hate those days. You're stuck in meetings trying to do instead of doing actual real work. Fused quartz crystal. Okay, and because that only researched one, we have exhausted our hard drive supply. So we can't do any more hard drives until we actually pick something. So that's good because it means we've got 2 more hard drives. So when we unlock the next phase of tech, we've got a better chance of getting what we want. Now, why did I come back here? I came back here to research alternate stylings for roofs, which with 6 tickets, I don't know if I'm going to get much. The rest of the day is now validating the fixes in the release and running it. Yeah, so I can do that in 2 hours. I'm done. If it takes 8, then it'll be a long day. Are those things that you have to watch closely though, or can you set them running and just sit back and wait though? Oh, here they are, hiding down the bottom. Okay, tar roof, nice and black. Okay. Glass roof is 5. Ooh. I kind of want tar roof because I like the black, but I could just paint the current roofs black. But I do like glass. I like putting glass everywhere. Plus, natural light comes in with glass roofs, so let's go with those for now. We can always come back and change the material later on.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix it HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
Yeah, aesthetically pleasing factory is what we're attempting to do. Yeah, this staircase needs to move out. That's just not quite enough walkway room there. Okay. So we should be able to come into our materials now, and we should just be able to go glass roof, please. And go paint. That's a bit better. I'll have to lurk for now. Hope I'll be back. No problems. Thanks for lurking. You're missing roofing, so... I'm resisting making the entire roof glass, because I could. I'm trying to leave some bit. Actually, these bits here I do want glass. Actually, maybe not those two. Maybe just that square. Maybe these end ones I leave there. So it's just kind of a square of glass above that machine there, but the rest is open glass. That's a lot of text, relax. I can set the automations, integration text to run, then I just have to check any failures. The fixes in the release, I'm not sure if my co-workers have pushed their automations, so I have to do that manually. Yeah, right, okay. Manual stuff is only like 5 tickets. 3 of them I work, so not so bad. And my 3 are automated. Yeah, no, I feel you. Okay, so we've added a bit of glass. That gives a bit more light in. I think I'll keep these outsides opaque. And the reason I just went with like the full 6 squares across here is basically then we have the same width inwards. And we can now do pillars internally based on where these land, which will hopefully not overrun our walkway. But they might. This one should probably be right here, I think, if it's lined up with that. So kind of there. So they would be lined up with those two things, which would be smack in the middle of our walkway. Maybe we need to redo this walkway a bit here. No good, Nick. Hi, which headset do we use? I use a Quest 3 currently. A Quest 3 using virtual desktop to connect to my PC. I only have a RTX 3080 graphics card. RTX 3080 is not too bad, but it is not great for running Satisfactory in VR because Satisfactory is not made for VR, and so while it is a very optimized game, it does not run particularly great. So I'm only running on medium settings. Medium graphics settings, medium resolution, which is fine for streaming, and it means I can try and hit 60 FPS so that the stream has a somewhat... yeah, even makes your 4090 cry, yes. Yeah, the better the graphics card, the better. Like I would love to get a 5080, although I think the 5080 is a little underwhelming. I wish it had a bit more VRAM, so I'm hoping that there'll be a 5080 Ti or Super coming out at some stage. That'll have a little bit more VRAM, and that's probably when I'll upgrade. Hopefully I'll have saved up by then, because they're not cheap. I can't afford a 5090, and I don't know if I want a 5090. You're waiting for the 60 series. Well, that will be a while, but you've got a 4090 relax, so you're okay. 3090. 3090 would probably be pretty decent for this. Like the 3080 is okay, but it just struggles a little bit. But I think a 3090 should have a nice performance boost on top of the 3080. Okay. Just trying to decide how to finish this, and if I want to do the other side of the roof, the similar style to this. So basically I would have to do that there, so there'd be some overlap. Do you folks have issues with NVIDIA drivers? I am running an older NVIDIA driver. So I'm running, I can't remember the number, but the newer versions of NVIDIA drivers, I had drops in performance. So I'm running, there's a one that's recommended for virtual desktop, but it doesn't have DLSS 4 in it. So I'm running one newer than that because DLSS 4 is amazing. DLSS 4, just the image improvement is just fantastic. So I can't live without it. But I'm not running the very latest NVIDIA driver. No, they've been problematic. The rumours are true. We'll be buying a Decade in the next few months. A Decade would be nice. And the rumours are that it's in mass production now with an aim to release in the end of the year. So the Decade is, yeah, the new Valve headset. So the successor to the Index headset. And it'll be wireless, so by the sounds of it, it'll be similar to a Quest 3 in that it'll have an onboard chip and it'll talk wirelessly to the PC, but it's designed from the ground up to do wireless streaming, so there should be some really nice quality boosts over a basic Quest 3 or other Quest solution. Huffing the hopium and expect an announcement today. They've been expecting an announcement today for ages. Like I was hoping it would be announced at PAX Australia because that would be cool. But I haven't heard from any friends who are at PAX Australia hearing about it, so I guess it hasn't been announced. Because, you know, it'd be just my luck for the one PAX that I don't go to have the announcement of the Decade at it. But I have no regrets with the Quest 3. Yes, Rust couldn't make it to PAX today. Her knee is still playing up. But she's planning on going tomorrow and Sunday. Which is, I find a little crazy because those are the two busiest days. Like the Friday is the nice quiet and calm day at PAX. Ah, okay. Azurin says Russ was working today as well. Oh, when she bought the tickets, right, yes. So that's right. She said she was considering getting just a Friday day to go today ticket, but she couldn't. I hope it would be Apple M5 Pro release a native Satisfactory port. Well, I don't think a native Satisfactory port... Well, if there was a native Satisfactory port for an Apple headset, it would not be in VR. Well, at least if it was, no one's talked to me about it. Coffee Stain Studios haven't been super interested in VR. Like, they haven't discouraged it, and they've said, oh, well, that's cool. But if there are any Coffee Stain fanboys of Satisfactory VR, they have yet to make contact with me. Or fangirls, yes. Which is interesting because several Coffee Stain studio staff have worked in VR industry before. Zaiton, how, which... Yeah. How would Satisfactory work on an Apple device? Well, the Apple Vision Pro is effectively just a Mac. Like, it's got a pretty grunty processor from what I've heard. And so it can run pretty much most desktop apps. But for a game to run performant, it would have to be custom compiled for it, I'd say. Oh, how Satisfactory in VR? Through the power of mods and 18 months of my family being patient as I modded the game. So yes, this is Satisfactory in VR. It is a mod. I am the mod creator. I've been working on it since the start of 2024. And it is a total conversion of VR. So we have full VR hands, we have VR radial menus, we have aiming, we have first-person driving, the full kit and caboodle. Thanks, Relax. Thanks very much. I'll take that as a thumbs up. And it is fantastic. Like, the world of Satisfactory is just amazing to be in VR. The handcrafted planet is just amazing to explore. The amount of detail in the parts, in the world, in the creatures, fighting stingers in the pink forest in VR, it's all incredible. Okay, so I think our roof is starting to become roof-like. Still not sure what to do in this corner here, but we'll probably just put flat bits on. Just sitting in or eating chips. Good entertainment. Me building a roof in VR. Excellent. How do you get stereo vision? So I am using a tool called UEVR, and this is the secret sauce. Is UEVR is a tool which will allow you to get stereo vision in a VR headset for Unreal Engine games, and it works better in some games than others. But the problem with UEVR is it doesn't do much for the controls or the user interface, so you're still stuck with keyboard or mouse or basic joystick controls. So what my mod does is it puts in a proper UI, so it gets rid of all the default UI, and we have like a heads-up display that is a VR-specific heads-up display. You can see I've got icons over there for my tractor and my hub, and the elevators all the way over there, and I can got my milestones there. So I can toggle that on and off. The hand controls, tracking the controllers, complete custom controls. You've got other gestures like opening your backpack or drawing out your weapon. Whoops. Where's my weapon? You can also draw it this way. You can throw obelisks, so I won't throw them here because there's trees below that I want to protect. But in the latest version, you can physically throw your obelisks. Yes, try not to throw your controllers. That's why we have wrist straps. Can you link the flat to VR Discord? Sure. Or Azuren might need to do it. Or link to the mod homepage is another way of doing it. Yeah, that didn't work. Azuren, have I given you a link to the mod to share? I should add a chat command to let people query information about the mod. That would probably be useful, wouldn't it? If you're on... I am also streaming to YouTube, so if there's any YouTube viewers who are interested, there is information in the description of the YouTube video. I'm currently playing standing up in my study, but I also do play sitting down sometimes as well. So how does building work? It's pretty much the same as the main game. So this is kind of like your mouse. So just like the normal game, I've got a little red dot that it might be hard for you to see. If I aim at that and then I click in the stick on the right controller, I can sample the part that I want to build, and then I've got a button on this controller that lets me go into nudge mode, so I can then nudge it as much as I want, same as you would in the flat version. You can go into the full build menu if you want, so you can go through here and manually select things. Or there's a couple of ways you can do it. If you hold down a button here, you've got your build quick menu here, so you've got your flick through your 10 quick menus there. So I often use this for the common parts and then access the build menu the other way. The quick menu is also on your wrist over here, so you can go straight to a certain bar if you want to jump to a bar. So that's another way that you can pick stuff to build. So then you just click on what you want to build and aim, and then with trigger place the part. Yes, so this is your aiming hand. Everything that you aim with is this, which is great because when you're deleting, like, you can move your hand around without moving your head around. I mean, you could link to the flat to screen VR Discord, which is where there's more information and support about the mod. But there's links to it in the main mod page that also links to it there. So this roof section is really scrappy. Maybe just don't look at this bit of the roof. Maybe I just leave corners sticking up like that. You decommissioned a bunch of old factories in the Wild Rift Festival. I know that's an earlier comment, sorry. Yes, it is a life-changing experience playing Satisfactory in VR. It is amazing. I mean, I'm a little biased. I made the mod, but when I started playing VR in flat mode, I was like, this would be awesome in VR. And it is. It took me 18 months of work to get to that conclusion, but yeah, it is great. Now, what am I going to cap these ends off with? I'm going to probably need to use this kind of wall. How am I going to do this? I do it like that, and same at the other end. I don't know if that's actually in the right position. My last phase, I've just finished a nuclear plant, but I think there have been too many changes since then, so I'm probably doing a fresh start after work today. Cool, cool. I'd be interested to see how your new playthrough goes, Relax. Are you going to stream it at all? And are you going to use the treadmill, Relax? Are you still using the treadmill for VR? I think something like this. Although I'm not, if I put a window in that bit, it's going to be really ugly. But I can put a window over here. I reckon I could get away with slipping this in there. You don't VR without it, because at the very least it keeps you falling over and punching walls. Fair enough. But if you sit down, you don't fall over and punch walls. Maybe we should just make these solid. I don't know if the catwalk would make it easier to run away from stingers. I think it would be harder. I could just do a different wall type here. Just see if the textures combine. No, not that one. Nah, not so much. Well, I guess it's a good thing no one's going to be up here to look too closely at my roofing. And I really don't know what I'm going to put in the middle here. I mean, I could kind of do a similar rise here in the middle. Actually, that was going to be glass, wasn't it? Someone who's doing WoW VR. There is a lot of people trying a lot of different things in VR. Flat to VR is the main go-to place for people trying to do different mods. I don't know how well the WoW one is currently working and supported. The level of implementation of the mods varies quite a lot. Some of them are pretty bare bones and just enough to get you in and get your feet wet. Others are a lot more complete. I could probably just fill this in with a bit of a wall here. Do we want to leave the elevator uncovered? I think that's fine. I think having this bit, well, there's a bit of... He's using the joystick. What we were just talking about was to have... Yes, has a catwalk that physically walks around on. I'm just using the stick on the controllers to move. So the left stick is like forwards, backwards, and strafe left, right. And then the right stick here is turning left and right. And if you get motion sick from VR, there's also a snap turn option which can help with that. Maybe I'll make more of it glass. I know I said I was trying to resist making too much glass, but actually let's go, where was our 8 was our colors. Let's put some materials on here. So let's have the normal roof and the glass texture, and let's put the different walls on here. Although maybe I need one for colors and a separate one for materials. Okay, so now I can quickly go access the glass. There we go. Paint on that glass. Maybe I'll just make that flat. Still am ignoring the back. I think this side's possibly going to be easier to finish off because it doesn't have the same diagonal section that the assist side does. So this I should probably be able to copy those bits. Okay, having texture painting on hotkey is useful. I'm just going to find my stool and sit down for a bit because my feet are getting a bit tired. Okay. So that window, I think I can drag that all the way across there. Oh no, I can't put it there. But I can nudge it down there. Automation's running, time for me to step away and finally make breakfast. Oh, you haven't had breakfast yet? Breakfast before work, come on.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Oh, we're already up to another
Please
ad
seek
break.
shelter.
See, this doesn't like me building a wall when there's already a wall there, even though the wall is a different height and size. Which is annoying, you know? Ah, it'll let me put that one there, though. Ah, that's nice. Okay, I like that. Make coffee before the meeting and sit, then eat when coffee is done. So what drove you to make a mod to fully VR Satisfactory? Because when I started playing Satisfactory, I loved the world so much. I thought it was a beautiful world, and I love open world. I love exploring open worlds in VR. Plus, I don't really get motion sickness. A lot of people are like, oh no, hypertube's going to make you hurl and things like that, and the jetpack, and it's like, no, it doesn't actually. I'm perfectly fine with them, and they're great fun. So that never really held me back. And it's, yeah, it is such a detailed world that it is really great to be able to see it up close and in person and directly. I was actually a big VR player before I got addicted to Satisfactory. So I had, you know, a few hundred hours in Skyrim and Elite Dangerous and more Skyrim. And then I got addicted to Satisfactory, and it's like, oh, this is a good game, but it's not VR. But it would be really nice in VR. But I'm a software developer by trade, but I do web development, so I don't really know game development. But then at the start of 2024, Praydog released UEVR, and UEVR allowed it did the hard bit of getting an Unreal game into VR. And once you've got that bit done, the rest is just a normal game mod. And there's lots of gaming tools for Satisfactory and a lot of helpful people on the website that help out people doing Satisfactory mods. Most of them went, duh, what? When I asked about VR, like they're sort of like the mods that most of the community do are very different. But there was enough help and expertise there that I was able to pick up Unreal Engine and the Satisfactory modding toolkit. More walkable factory, a little bit. The movement in Satisfactory is so free that you still spend most of your time just, you know, Blade Runnering around. Like even at this early stage of the game, I just parachute. Like I built a lift. I used it once to make sure it worked. But other than that, I glide up and down the staircases. And later on when I get Rocket Pack and Hover Pack, yeah, I'm making a conscious effort to make a factory that is like a factory. So that's why I've got lots of walkways and things here. I'm trying to put the detail in rather than just having a floating platform. Because the floating platforms will let you finish the game, but, you know, if I'm going to say, wow, this world is beautiful, then why don't we put a little bit of effort into it and make our factories just as good too? This is going to be a bit messy inside. I might just stick a flat ceiling underneath. Are there any better usable headsets than Quest 3? I would wait for the Valve Decade if it really is that close to announcement, which it sounds like it might actually be. The Quest 3 is really affordable though, and it works really well for this kind of stuff. Go! Did not want that sticking out there. I'm wondering how I can make that neater, and I'm not sure I know how unless I just make it flat. Did I miss the ad break?
Look lively. It's
there's
time
the
to
ad
do
break.
those stretches and hydrate.
Apparently I did miss the ad break. I'm going to take a quick ad break and have a drink while the Twitch ads are running. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, and we're back. So, yes, the Quest 3 is a really good, affordable headset. It does take a bit out of the box to get it working really this well for PC VR. So out of the box, the strap is terrible. The face cover is not very comfortable. And the default software for connecting to a PC is terrible. So I do have a custom headband, a custom faceplate. I've bought a Wi-Fi router just for my Quest to talk to my PC. Doesn't need to be an expensive router, but just something that's dedicated so that when you're talking Wi-Fi. And I've purchased virtual desktop software, which is the essential magic sauce to let the PC VR stuff work over Wi-Fi and work so well. So we're inside the factory, and how does it look in here? Yeah, this bit's a bit messy in here. Although I think if I run flat roofs from this section here over to there, it might look a bit better inside. Now let's jump on a machine and see if that works. Kind of want it lined up with there, but we don't want to include that section. So let's put that there and then rotate it around. And then it moved. Now that shouldn't be sticking out the front because that part of the wall is like 3 meters thick of signage and stuff. So putting that there should be fine. I mean, there's little bits of holes in the roof, but that's okay, I think, as far as looking at the ceiling. Okay, so kind of need something to fill that hole there. That's a 2 meter roof. I'm just wondering if we do a similar thing and just have flat roofs over here. It's kind of awkward though. Maybe if we lower it down to just a 1 meter, so it's kind of tucked in under the other. Yeah, it's a bit messy, isn't it? Okay, so covering up the bottom of that window. Oh, come on, let me put it there. Maybe we need to beam that. Just need something along the bottom there. Yeah. That didn't quite go right to the corner, but put that down 1/2 meter. Yeah, that just kind of caps it off a little bit. I am getting a bit of a crick in the neck. Maybe next time I make a roof, it's just all out of beams and pillars. See, this one I think works pretty well. There's a bit of a mess along here. Not really sure, but you shouldn't be up on the roof looking at that bit. Actually, this bit here, we just put a wall in. Could just leave some of this open rather than having to fill every centimetre. And this poor bit over here that I've neglected to put any roof on at all. Okay, let's put some beams under here to kind of tidy that up underneath like we did with the other side. Oh, missed. Yeah, it's okay. At least it's a bit more interesting than just a straight angled roof or a straight flat roof. So we've got the 3 sections done. Now we kind of need to figure out this section and these poles at the corners, because this one kind of need to be a similar position on this corner here. That'll be there, so that's going to come down smack bang into my walkway as well. I mean, maybe we just extend this out an entire foundation. It's possibly easiest. But I guess we should whack a roof on this back bit first. I'm going to stand up for the last bit. It is getting late here and I am getting very tired. So we don't have a huge amount of time left. It is nearly 11 PM here. Kind of tempted to bring this out over the tree a bit on this side. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so we've got one bit in the middle there. So unless we bring it out another foundation, we're not going to fit 6 across. But I think being the bit at the back, we don't need to do the same design here. We can be a bit different in what we do. Don't fall off. I need to get my bearings. I mean, really, we should line it up with the same pillar. Even if there's a bit of overlap. I'm just trying to get... Look, just let me have a platform to stand on. So those kind of the pillars that we want to anchor it to. When am I pausing? When this roof is on, I think. I want to get this finished. I don't think that's in the middle properly. Nope, it's not. It's out by a meter. Australia, west coast of Australia. Probably the most remote time zone in the world, GMT +8. All the interesting stuff in the world tends to go on while we're asleep. Yep, you're in California. Well, it's efficient if you don't want to get bothered by anything, but when you're trying to stream to an audience and the audience is all asleep. Even the rest of Australia is a bit remote to us now because they've just started daylight savings on the other side of the country. So they're normally 2 hours ahead of us, and now they're 3 hours ahead of us. Okay, so that's not out as far as this large pillar. You have to be nocturnal, your viewers have to be nocturnal. Yes. So I tend to catch Europeans earlier in the stream and then start to get sort of America if my stream runs this late. But I'm going to be really tired in the morning. I think I do want to bring this over a little bit. I mean, it's not over the pillar, but it's still not too bad. That nudge diagonally. That didn't. Randomly. Yeah, that does overlap, but I think it's more secure being on top of the pillar like that. Favorite front-end framework library. Are we talking about web development here or games development? Yeah, that's overlapping. That pillar is too low, actually. For web development front end, I used Vue.js. Sorry, React fanboys. Usually with Bootstrap layout, but that's mostly because that's what work uses, and so that's what it's easiest to keep using. I think we might want to bring this out a bit more lengthwise over here. We're going to cover that walkway, but that's fine because we're going to put new walkways in. But I think having some extra distance out here will help. You're new to web dev, so you're not attached? Ah, fair enough. I mean, often you use what your workplace tells you to use. I'm lucky in that I'm a fairly small dev team, and I can get to pick the technologies, and we don't change technologies very often. But for maintainability, we try and keep to the same technologies in the apps we do. And a while back I picked Vue.js because I'd fiddled a bit with Vue and I'd looked at Angular and React, and Vue was the easiest and made the most sense to me. And it was also very fast. And you know, it's not jQuery, so anything else is a bonus. You're on at this time, so make your own decisions. If you want a job, then React is popular. If you want to have fun, use Vue.js. There is a compilation stage. Pretty much all the front ends have their own compilation stage that needs some sort of builders, though. But Vue comes with its own tool sets that will let it auto build things. You know, you can start off with a skeleton project and jump right in, and it'll do all the hard work for you in setting that stuff up. That went diagonally as well, I swear, because that's totally not lined up. Either that or this bit of roof is not straight, which is possible. Yeah, that's straight. Not reaction or solid. Hell yeah, Vue.js. So we're going to do this. I suppose we continue to do this sort of like the others. So we have a corner piece here. It's just going to have less of a hump in the middle than the other ones. Oh, that's good. Yeah, not going to make it. Not gonna, damn it. I can't get back up. Give me some stairs. I'm drawn to React and Solid because they don't have the custom build setup. React has a custom build setup, doesn't it? React won't work out of the browser without any other compilation. I mean, you still need the React libraries. I guess there is a Vue library that you can use to just install and run. But the beauty of Vue is using its components where you can have your template and your JavaScript and your style sheet all in a single reusable component. And that's the bit that needs compilation. But you also tend to want compilation because while modern browsers are much better than they used to be, there's still incompatibilities and new features that browsers don't support. So by having a compile stage, no, we don't want to go up that high. By having a compile stage, you can support extra features and libraries like TypeScript. You know, you want to be writing in TypeScript. Trust me, I'm new to TypeScript. I haven't really used it much before, but I highly recommend you use TypeScript instead of raw JavaScript. No problem. Good night, Azurin. Yeah, so if you've got TypeScript, you've got some kind of transpiler that is doing something to your code before your browser does anything. And Vue has dev tools, so like you don't have to run anything before testing it in the browser, and it will live update in the browser as you're working on it. So it's not like you need to run a command every time you make a change or anything like that. Okay. Do we want to put a cap on this like these? It would be good for consistency, even if it's a smaller one. I wonder if I can get away with nudging it down by one. Yeah, Vite. That's it. I don't use Vite because we have a build system that uses Webpack that does other things. But yeah, Vite sounds like the standard one. I haven't used it myself. Okay, how are we going to do this? I mean, we could just do it like that. We don't need the lump at the back. And we just paint that as glass, I think. Yeah, web devs do have it pretty good these days. Although having to upgrade everything constantly can be a pain in the butt. Trying to keep up to date with the latest of everything. Okay, that's a simpler roof. Actually, I quite like that as a roof finish. Maybe I should make all the ones like that. Nope, that's not what I want to copy. No, that's not what I want to copy either. Wall, wall, yay, wall. Huh. That depends on your company and your policy for updating dependencies. Okay, I think we have a roof. I think we are nearly done. So I think support poles, redo the walkways here, some kind of wall along the back. And I think we can call this a factory. I bounced off RimWorld, I couldn't get into it. Maybe it was just the art style. That's why I love Satisfactory, and I never got into Factorio, is because the appeal of Satisfactory to me is the 3D environment. It is the gorgeous world. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to leave it here tonight. There's a little bit more, but it's just walls and pillars, and I think I will do that off screen. Let me just quickly whack a white beam around the bottom of this, so that it looks similar to those as far as finish goes, and kind of hide this bit down here. And then I think we'll leave it for the night. I should probably have an access staircase to get to the ceiling at some stage, but not for now. Yay, look at that! Shelter! Beans will have to work harder to get in here now. So, in this session, we've mostly finished the peripheral wall. We've mostly got the roof on. We put an elevator in here, and we somewhat finished the foyer area here, so we've got the elevator up to the different factory floors. Here, these products were here before. This was the storage we've done in a past session, but now we've kind of got a little office presentation room here with a bit of a walkway down to the tree. Be nice to get some more furniture in here, or maybe some signs or something. We'll have to see how we go. Bit of a view over the blue crater. We've kind of got an entryway here. We need to finish putting these signs along here and get that padded out, but so it's like that office that you could move into and start working into, but the builders are still doing stuff to it. RimWorld hooked you good? Cool. Looks great, thanks. Storage, yes. Well, the storage is going into the depot as well, so I actually unlocked the depot in the first session before I'd finished phase 1, so that was a priority for me. So we've got a pretty interesting looking factory front here, I think. Probably need to fill in that space there. That's looking a bit open from this side. Let's zip over. Let's kind of fly over here and have a look. Yeah, that's a pretty good factory front. The roof up there is a bit scrappy though. Yeah. Pretty happy with that all told though. So yeah, I think I'll probably finish off the last few bits off stream because it's just fiddling around with pillars and stuff. I think I've done enough architecture on stream. I'd like to get back into actually building some factory stuff. Ziplining is very fun in VR, by the way. Let's say goodbye to the doggies. Timmy, solid biofuel. I'll get you out of here one day, boy. I'll figure a way. Scratch has got some wire. That's not particularly interesting, Scratch. How about George? Plastic again? I guess I can't build plastic yet, so I shouldn't be too upset. Yep, we've now hit 2 full stacks of plastic from doggos and crash sites. Wonder what I can spend it on. Actually, 39 high-speed connectors. I'd really like geothermal power. But the problem with geothermal power is you need 100 high-speed connectors. And I can make high-speed connectors, but they need circuit boards, and I can't make circuit boards, so I'm kind of stuffed. Storage still has its uses, and I like the display that having storage like that shows. So I am actually tempted to make a central storage hub to drive my project factory, so kind of as more of a transfer point. But I'll see. That's still a way down the way. But I like having a little display area and storage at each factory to show what products are being made in that factory. Yep. Okay, so again, thanks everyone for watching. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow night or not. This is my main stream for the week. I'll see how I go tomorrow. I might do a short stream tomorrow night. Let me just check and see if there's anyone to raid. Let me try and do this in the headset. Who am I following that's on? Nobody I'm following is playing Satisfactory. That's not so useful. Problem is other people playing Satisfactory. I do not know anything about them. So I don't know if they're entertaining or terrible people or what. I don't see any of the VR people that I normally follow online at all at the moment as well. So I might just leave it here. We don't need to raid out. Thank you very much for everyone for watching. If you missed the start of the show and want to watch it, the VODs will be on Twitch and on YouTube. And all the videos in this series are available on YouTube if you want to go back to the very start. Yeah, we kind of need something around this tree here as well. Maybe I will stream one more session, a short session tomorrow, and finish off the architecture. Maybe. I'll see how I go. See if I'm interested in doing that. Let me save the game before I get too far, actually. Roof. We now have a roof of sorts. Did that save? Now it's saved. Thank you. Okay, excellent. Right, thanks everyone. I will see you in the next stream. Have a good evening, or morning, or afternoon, whatever time of day it is. Here, it is very late at night, and I'm going to go to sleep. See you later.